Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," but toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, I just want what's best for you, quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out?" am I not enough? Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, Share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
How to become stoic with an iron mind. Imagine a life where nothing phases you. In a world swirling with chaos, anger, and jealousy, picture yourself standing as an unshakable pillar of calm and strength. You're at peace while others rage. You remain composed as others crumble. You possess a mind so resilient, it's as if it's forged from iron. This is not a distant fantasy, but a real possibility within your reach. The modern world bombards us with stress and negativity, from the endless barrage of bad news to the constant pressures of daily life. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. People around you might be trapped in cycles of frustration and sadness, their days ruined by minor inconveniences. Yet, there are those rare individuals who navigate these storms with unwavering tranquility. They possess a secret, a timeless wisdom that empowers them to remain serene in the face of adversity. They are Stoics, the masters of an iron mind. In this video, you will embark on a transformative journey to cultivate the same indomitable mental fortitude. Drawing from ancient Stoic philosophy, you will learn practical steps to develop a mindset that remains steady and unyielding, no matter what life throws at you. Each principle we explore will bring you closer to becoming the person who doesn't just survive chaos, but thrives in it. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of Stoicism and forge your own iron mind? Let's dive in and discover how to turn life's challenges into your greatest strengths, starting with the fundamental principle of accepting what you cannot control. Number 1. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is learning to accept what you cannot control. In life, countless events and circumstances are beyond our influence. Dwelling on these uncontrollable aspects only drains our energy and fosters frustration. Instead, a Stoic focuses on what they can change, their actions and responses. Imagine a flight cancellation due to bad weather. You can't alter the weather or the airline's decision. Getting angry won't make the plane take off. Instead, a Stoic accepts the situation and uses their energy constructively. Perhaps you could use the extra time to catch up on reading, work, or even meditate. By accepting what you cannot control, you preserve your energy for productive pursuits. This principle extends to all areas of life, whether it's a traffic jam, an unexpected expense, or someone else's behavior. Recognizing that these are beyond your control allows you to maintain inner peace. You become unshakable as your tranquility no longer hinges on external events. Moreover, acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's about discerning where your efforts are best applied. When you focus on your actions and attitudes, you empower yourself. You become the master of your fate, shaping your life through deliberate choices rather than being tossed around by external forces. In essence, accepting what you cannot control is about shifting your perspective. It's recognizing that while you can't change the world, you can change how you interact with it. This mindset not only brings peace, but also enables you to navigate life more effectively. You become a beacon of calm in a stormy world, inspiring others with your composure and resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, you lay the foundation for an iron mind that remains steadfast regardless of life's challenges. Number 2, practice. The essence of Stoicism is not merely in understanding its principles, but in practicing them daily. No video or book can replace the value of consistent application. The journey to becoming Stoic with an iron mind requires regular, intentional practice. It's about integrating Stoic wisdom into every facet of your life. making it a part of your daily routine. Imagine an athlete training for a marathon. They can't just read about running techniques and expect to succeed. They need to run every day, building their endurance, strength, and mental toughness. Similarly, Stoicism is a discipline that demands continuous effort. Each day presents opportunities to practice Stoic principles, from small annoyances to significant challenges. Start by setting aside time each day for reflection. Consider the events of the day and your responses to them. Did you maintain composure in the face of frustration? Did you focus on what you could control and let go of what you couldn't? Reflecting on these questions helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces your commitment to Stoicism. Additionally, incorporate Stoic exercises into your routine. Practice gratitude by acknowledging the good in your life. Engage in negative visualization to prepare yourself for potential difficulties. Meditate to cultivate mindfulness and presence. These practices build your Stoic muscle, making it easier to remain calm and rational during life's storms. Remember, transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small efforts, repeated day in and day out. By committing to practice, you gradually reshape your mindset and behavior. You become more resilient, more composed, and more in control of your actions. Practice is the bridge between knowledge and mastery, and it's through this consistent effort that you develop the iron mind of a true Stoic. Number 3, build resilience. Resilience is the hallmark of a Stoic mind. It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to stand firm in the face of adversity. Building resilience is crucial for developing an iron mind, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace. Resilience starts with a mindset shift. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, not a reflection of your worth or abilities. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Each difficulty you encounter is a chance to strengthen your resilience and refine your character. One way to build resilience is to face your fears. Avoiding challenges may provide temporary comfort, but it undermines your long-term growth. Confronting fears head-on, however daunting, fortifies your mental and emotional muscles. Over time, you become less intimidated by difficulties, viewing them as manageable and conquerable. Another key to resilience is maintaining perspective. In moments of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But remember, most problems are temporary. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can maintain your composure and navigate through tough times. Reflect on past challenges you've overcome and remind yourself of your capacity to endure and triumph. Self-care also plays a vital role in building resilience. Ensure you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Exercise regularly, eat healthily, get adequate sleep, and seek support when needed. A strong, healthy body and mind are better equipped to handle stress and recover from setbacks. Ultimately, resilience is about persistence. It's about getting up each time you fall, learning from your experiences, and continuing to move forward. By building resilience, you become like an oak tree in a storm, bending but never breaking. This steadfastness is a core element of the Stoic iron mind, enabling you to face life's inevitable challenges with unwavering strength and determination. Number 4, seek wisdom. Wisdom is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's the guiding light that informs your decisions and actions, helping you navigate life with clarity and purpose. To develop an iron mind, you must continually seek wisdom, cultivating a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. Wisdom begins with self-awareness. Reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Understand your strengths and weaknesses, your values and goals. Self-awareness allows you to act with intention and integrity, aligning your actions with your true self. Reading and learning are essential components of seeking wisdom. Delve into the works of ancient and modern philosophers, thinkers, and leaders. Study their insights and apply their lessons to your life. The writings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless wisdom on living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By engaging with these texts, you expand your perspective and deepen your understanding of Stoic principles. Cultivate curiosity and remain open to new ideas and experiences. Wisdom is not static. It evolves with learning and growth. Engage in meaningful conversations, ask questions, and listen actively. Seek diverse viewpoints and challenge your assumptions. This openness enriches your understanding and fosters intellectual humility. Experience is another invaluable teacher. Embrace life's lessons, both positive and negative. Reflect on your experiences and extract wisdom from them. What did you learn from a particular success or failure? How can you apply these lessons moving forward? By learning from your experiences, you transform them into valuable insights that guide your future actions. In seeking wisdom, remember that it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but about applying it. Wisdom is practical and actionable. It's about making wise choices that lead to a good and meaningful life. By continually seeking wisdom, you equip yourself with the tools to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence, embodying the Stoic iron mind. Number 5, use bad feelings for good. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak are often seen as negative, but a Stoic recognizes their potential for good. These feelings can be powerful motivators, driving you to achieve your goals and improve your life. By harnessing these emotions constructively, you transform them from obstacles into allies. Consider anger, for example. While uncontrolled anger can lead to destructive behavior, channeled anger can fuel determination and resilience. When you face injustice or frustration, let that anger propel you into action. Use it to push yourself harder in your endeavors, to advocate for change, and to stand up for yourself and others. Sadness, too, has its place. It can deepen your empathy and understanding of the human condition. When you experience loss or disappointment, allow yourself to feel the sadness, but also use it as a reminder of what truly matters to you. This reflection can lead to greater appreciation for the good in your life and motivate you to pursue meaningful goals. Heartbreak, perhaps the most challenging of emotions, can also be transformative. It teaches you about vulnerability, love, and the impermanence of life. Use heartbreak as a catalyst for personal growth. Let it inspire you to strengthen your relationships, pursue your passions, and live more fully. The key is to control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. This requires discipline and self-awareness. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and reflect. Ask yourself how you can use this feeling to your advantage. Redirect your emotional energy towards positive actions and goals. By using bad feelings for good, you not only manage your emotions, but also leverage them to enhance your life. This approach is a testament to the Stoic principle of transforming challenges into opportunities. It enables you to maintain your composure and purpose even in the face of adversity, embodying the strength and resilience of an iron mind. Number 6, take responsibility. A fundamental tenet of Stoicism is taking responsibility for your life and actions. While you may not be responsible for everything that happens to you, you are responsible for how you respond and for finding solutions. This mindset empowers you to take control of your destiny, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. taking responsibility means owning your actions and their consequences. It requires honesty and self-reflection. When faced with a problem, avoid the temptation to blame others or external circumstances. Instead, ask yourself what you can do to address the situation. This proactive approach fosters resilience and self-efficacy. Consider the example of a car breaking down on the highway. If you stand there waving for help, you might wait a long time. But if you start pushing your car, others are more likely to stop and assist you. By taking the first step to help yourself, you inspire others to support you. This principle applies to all areas of life. When you take responsibility, you attract opportunities and assistance. Responsibility also involves making informed and ethical decisions. It means considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Strive to act with integrity even when it's challenging. This builds trust and respect, both crucial for personal and professional relationships. Moreover, taking responsibility enhances your personal growth. It forces you to confront your weaknesses and areas for improvement. By acknowledging and addressing these, you become a stronger and more capable individual. Responsibility is not about perfection, but about continuous improvement and learning from your experiences. In essence, taking responsibility is about embracing your role as the author of your life. It's about recognizing your power to shape your reality through your actions and choices. This Stoic principle is a cornerstone of the Iron Mind, fostering a sense of agency and resilience that enables you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Number 7, live in the present. Living in the present is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It means focusing on the here and now rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By anchoring yourself in the present, you harness the power to shape your life through your actions and decisions. The past is unchangeable. It holds lessons and memories, but it shouldn't dictate your present actions. Learn from your past, but don't let it shackle you. Similarly, the future is uncertain. While planning is important, excessive worry about what might happen only saps your energy and distracts you from what you can do now. Living in the present means being fully engaged in each moment. It's about mindfulness and presence. When you're present, you respond more effectively to life's challenges. You can appreciate the beauty of each moment, find joy in small pleasures, and act with intention and clarity. Consider your daily habits. Your present actions shape your future. If you want to be fit and healthy, your efforts must start now. Exercise regularly, eat well, and take care of your body. These daily practices build the foundation for a healthy future. Your habits, cultivated in the present, define who you become. Mindfulness practices such as meditation can help you stay anchored in the present. Spend a few minutes each day in quiet reflection, focusing on your breath and the sensations in your body. This simple exercise calms your mind and brings you back to the now. It enhances your ability to respond rather than react, fostering a sense of inner peace and control. Living in the present also involves letting go of regrets and anxieties. Accept that the past is gone and the future is yet to come. Your power lies in the present moment. By embracing this Stoic principle, you cultivate a sense of tranquility and purpose, enabling you to navigate life with the strength and clarity of an iron mind. Number 8, embrace discomfort. Growth and comfort rarely coexist. Embracing discomfort is essential for developing resilience and an iron mind. It involves stepping out of your comfort zone, facing challenges head-on, and using adversity as a tool for personal development. Discomfort is often seen as something to avoid, but for a Stoic, it's an opportunity for growth. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental discomfort, confronting it builds strength and character. When you willingly face difficult situations, you expand your capabilities and increase your tolerance for future challenges. Consider physical discomfort, such as exercise. Pushing your body through challenging workouts strengthens your muscles and endurance. Similarly, mental discomfort, like tackling a complex problem, enhances your cognitive abilities. Emotional discomfort, such as dealing with rejection or failure, teaches resilience and emotional regulation. Embracing discomfort also means accepting that failure is a part of the journey. Every setback is a learning experience. When you fail, reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve. This mindset shift transforms failure from a source of shame into a stepping stone for success. By viewing discomfort and failure as opportunities, you develop a growth mindset, essential for a stoic iron mind. Moreover, seek out challenges that push your limits. Whether it's learning a new skill, taking on a demanding project, or stepping into a leadership role, these experiences force you to grow. They require you to adapt, persevere, and find solutions, all of which build your resilience and confidence. In daily life, practice small acts of discomfort. Take cold showers, wake up early, or engage in difficult conversations. These practices build your tolerance for discomfort and train your mind to remain calm and composed in challenging situations. Ultimately, embracing discomfort is about viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and evolving through adversity. By adopting this Stoic principle, you fortify your mind and spirit, preparing yourself to face life's inevitable trials with strength and grace. Number 9, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering a positive mindset and enhancing your resilience. In Stoicism, cultivating gratitude means focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective brings contentment and peace, essential components of an iron mind. Begin by acknowledging the small blessings in your daily life. These can be simple things like a warm bed, a good meal, or a kind word from a friend. By recognizing and appreciating these moments, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life. This practice reduces feelings of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also involves appreciating the people in your life. Express thanks to those who support and inspire you. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also fosters a sense of community and belonging. When you feel connected and supported, you're better equipped to handle life's challenges. Moreover, gratitude helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. When faced with adversity, reflect on what you still have and what you can be thankful for. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems, but rather balancing them with a recognition of the good in your life. This balanced perspective reduces stress and enhances your emotional resilience. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine through practices like journaling. Spend a few minutes each day writing down things you're grateful for. This habit reinforces a positive outlook and trains your brain to seek out the good in every situation. Over time, this practice can significantly improve your overall well-being and mental health. Gratitude also aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. While you can't control all external events, you can control your attitude and perspective. By choosing to focus on gratitude, you take control of your emotional state and enhance your resilience. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude transforms your outlook on life. It helps you find joy in the present moment and builds a foundation of positivity and resilience. This Stoic principle fortifies your mind, enabling you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and equanimity. Number 10, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment. For a Stoic, mindfulness is a crucial tool for maintaining inner peace and composure. By cultivating mindfulness, you enhance your ability to respond to life's challenges with clarity and calmness. Mindfulness begins with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Notice how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the flow of your thoughts. This awareness anchors you in the present moment, reducing stress and anxiety about the past or future. Incorporate mindfulness into your daily activities. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you're listening, give your full attention to the speaker. These practices ground you in the present and enhance your appreciation of each moment. Meditation is a powerful way to cultivate mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This practice trains your mind to stay present and builds your capacity for sustained attention and calmness. Mindfulness also enhances your emotional regulation. By observing your emotions without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. This allows you to choose your reactions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. For example, when you feel anger rising, mindfulness helps you pause, recognize the emotion, and respond in a calm and constructive manner. Moreover, mindfulness fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment. By fully engaging with the present moment, you reduce the mental clutter and distractions that often cause stress. This clarity and focus enable you to tackle challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, mindfulness is about living fully and deeply in the present moment. It's a practice that enhances your awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. By cultivating mindfulness, you embody the Stoic iron mind, navigating life's complexities with grace and wisdom. You've now been equipped with the timeless wisdom and practical steps to cultivate an iron mind, just like the Stoics of old. Imagine facing life's storms with unshakable calm, turning challenges into opportunities, and navigating the world with a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's within your grasp. As you embark on this journey, remember that transformation requires consistent practice. Reflect on these principles daily, integrate them into your life, and watch as you become the master of your own fate, resilient and composed in any situation. If you found this video valuable, imagine what more you can achieve with continued learning and support. Join our community on the Wiser channel, where we delve deeper into the art of living wisely. Like this video, if it resonated with you, share it with those who need a dose of Stoic wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Wiser. Together, we can build a life of strength, clarity, and unyielding peace. Thank you for watching, and welcome to a wiser way of living.
Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time, I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing. And I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him. It was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the Tell Me More technique in so many different settings: debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The Tell Me More approach isn't just a conversation tool. It's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limit subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small, choose something without asking for their input, then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you, just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict, or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. "I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship." Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. "I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now." Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. "I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better." A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. "I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them." A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know, "I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded." Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation." Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it? And what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci, you're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. "Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening." However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. isolation, cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" Or, "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim, weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later. Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming. Deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, And remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4, control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5, communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor. avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6, understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7, practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8, choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9, seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10, appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11, grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15. Maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16. Use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17. Practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer, By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18, educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
How Miyamoto Musashi Solved Anxiety. Part 1. The Legend Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the halls of history, was not just a master of the sword, but also a profound philosopher. His life, marked by relentless duels and unyielding discipline, offers more than tales of battlefield valor. Musashi's true genius lay in his ability to conquer not only external foes, but also the internal battles we all face, particularly anxiety. Anxiety, that invisible and unpredictable adversary, can be overwhelming. Yet, Musashi approached it with the same strategic mind he applied to his swordsmanship. Imagine a world where every step could be your last, every shadow hides a potential threat, and every breath could be your final one. This was Musashi's reality. His environment was a crucible of constant danger and strife, demanding not only physical prowess, but immense mental fortitude. Through his writings and teachings, we gain insight into how he mastered his inner world, transforming anxiety from a crippling force into a manageable challenge. In this exploration, we will delve into Musashi's strategies for overcoming anxiety, drawing parallels between his time and ours. By understanding his approach, we can learn to see anxiety not as an invincible enemy, but as an opponent that can be understood and ultimately outmaneuvered. Musashi's wisdom, forged in the fires of his turbulent life, provides us with timeless tools to face our own battles with anxiety. As we journey through his teachings, let us embrace his Stoic philosophy and discover how to live with the calm and clarity that defined his legendary existence. Part 2. Defining anxiety. Anxiety is a specter that haunts the corners of our minds, an unseen enemy that strikes without warning. It is invisible, unpredictable, and overwhelming, a formidable opponent in both historical and modern contexts. But what if we could approach anxiety with the same strategic clarity that Miyamoto Musashi applied to his battles? Musashi, in his time, faced constant threats, Each day was a test of his survival, demanding vigilance and readiness. He recognized that the mind, much like the body, must be trained and disciplined to confront such relentless pressure. To Musashi, anxiety was not an insurmountable force, but a challenge that could be dissected and understood. He did not shy away from acknowledging his fears. Instead, he named them, studied them, and crafted strategies to counter them. This approach demystifies anxiety, stripping it of its overwhelming power and reducing it to a manageable foe. By defining anxiety in clear terms, Musashi shifted the battle into a realm where he could exert control. He imagined standing on the precipice of a great challenge, heart pounding, mind racing. In such moments, Musashi's wisdom guides us to pause and reflect. What is this fear? What are its roots? By naming and understanding our anxieties, we can begin to see them not as shadowy figures lurking in the dark, but as known entities. This shift in perception transforms anxiety from an undefined dread into a puzzle that can be solved. Musashi teaches us that with deep understanding and respect for our inner fears, we can strategize effectively against them. In doing so, we reclaim our power and transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a catalyst for personal growth and mastery. Part 3. Musashi's approach to anxiety. Miyamoto. Musashi's life was a relentless pursuit of mastery, not just over his opponents, but over his own mind. In the face of near-constant danger, Musashi cultivated a mental discipline that allowed him to confront anxiety with a clear and strategic mindset. He treated anxiety as he would any worthy adversary, with respect, but without fear. This nuanced approach is what set him apart, enabling him to maintain calm and clarity even in the most precarious situations. Musashi's philosophy was grounded in the belief that true strength lies in understanding oneself. He advocated for a deep introspection, a practice of acknowledging and naming one's fears. By doing so, Musashi could strategize against these fears with precision. This method is akin to preparing for a duel, knowing the terrain, timing, and the opponent's tactics. For Musashi, anxiety was no different. It was an opponent that required understanding and preparation. Consider the battlefield of the mind. When anxiety strikes, it often feels like an ambush, catching us off guard. Musashi's approach teaches us to anticipate these attacks. He encourages us to recognize the signs, understand our triggers, and prepare our responses. This preparation transforms anxiety from a chaotic force into a series of predictable patterns. By dissecting our fears and planning our counterattacks, we can face anxiety with a strategic calm. Musashi's legacy is one of relentless preparation and mental fortitude. His teachings remind us that anxiety, like any other challenge, can be managed through understanding and strategy. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift the battle into more manageable terms. Musashi's wisdom offers us a path to transform our fears into a source of strength, allowing us to face life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a seasoned warrior. Part 4. Strategizing against anxiety. In the world of Miyamoto Musashi, every battle was a matter of life and death. Yet, it was not just his physical prowess that ensured his survival, it was his strategic mind. Musashi approached every duel with meticulous preparation, understanding that the key to victory lay in knowing both the terrain and his opponent. This same strategic approach can be applied to our battle with anxiety. Musashi's life was a continuous study in the art of war, both external and internal. He understood that the mind could be a battlefield where anxiety often strikes without warning. To counter this, Musashi developed a methodical approach, dissecting anxiety much like planning for a duel. He emphasized the importance of understanding the triggers that set off anxiety, analyzing our reactions, and preparing our responses. Imagine facing a formidable opponent in the arena of your mind. Anxiety looms large, unpredictable, and overwhelming. Musashi's strategy teaches us to break down this adversary into manageable parts. He knew the importance of studying the terrain, recognizing the situations and thoughts that trigger anxiety. Timing was also crucial, understanding when anxiety was likely to strike. By preparing responses in advance, Musashi turned uncertainty into calculated steps. This strategic approach demystifies anxiety, reducing it from a monstrous force to a puzzle that can be solved. By applying similar scrutiny to our fears, we learn to anticipate and prepare. Musashi's teachings guide us to transform our approach from one of avoidance to active engagement. With awareness and preparation, we take control back from anxiety, making it less overwhelming and more like a challenge to be met with confidence and clarity. Musashi's legacy of strategic thinking provides a powerful tool set for modern-day anxiety. His methodical approach reminds us that with preparation and understanding, we can turn the tide in our favor. By dissecting anxiety and preparing our minds, we can face life's challenges with the calm and precision of a master strategist. Part 5: Solitude and Reflection. Miyamoto Musashi's years of solitude were not a retreat from society, but a deliberate strategy to sharpen his mind and spirit. In the quietude of isolation, Musashi found the clarity that comes from uninterrupted reflection and self-confrontation. This period of solitude was essential for honing his skills and crystallizing his philosophical beliefs, enabling him to face life's challenges with unmatched discipline and focus. Musashi understood that true mastery requires a profound understanding of oneself, which can only be achieved through dedicated time for introspection. He advocated for moments of solitude where one could meditate, reflect, and confront inner fears without the distractions of the external world. This practice allowed Musashi to cultivate a resilient mind, capable of facing even the most daunting adversaries with calm and clarity. In our fast-paced modern world, finding time for solitude can be challenging, yet it is crucial for managing anxiety. By carving out moments each day or week for quiet reflection, we can tune into our inner selves and gain a deeper understanding of our fears and anxieties. These periods do not have to be long. Even short durations can be profoundly effective. The key is consistency and intention. Musashi's wisdom encourages us to practice meditation, write in a journal, or simply sit quietly and allow our thoughts to flow. This dedicated time for self-reflection helps build a stronger, more resilient mind. It fosters a habit of introspection that enables us to face life's challenges with the same calm and clarity that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. Through solitude, we gain the ability to confront and understand our fears, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable aspect of our lives. Musashi's practice of solitude and reflection is a testament to the power of inner peace and self-awareness, guiding us to live with the calm and precision of a true warrior. Part 6: Relentless Progression and Personal Evolution. Miyamoto Musashi's philosophy of the way is a testament to his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He saw life as a constant journey of self-improvement, where each step forward, no matter how small, was a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation often heightens feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a continuous quest for self-betterment. He viewed every challenge as an opportunity to grow and evolve. This relentless pursuit of improvement can be applied to our modern lives, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we can create a sense of purpose and control, which is essential for alleviating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even minor advancements were significant as they built momentum and reinforced the capacity to manage larger challenges. This approach helps to shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the joy of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone, leading to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should begin by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps to build momentum and reinforces our ability to manage challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us towards a life of purpose and resilience. Part 7. Acceptance of life's impermanence. One of Miyamoto Musashi's most profound teachings is the acceptance of life's impermanence. He viewed the fleeting nature of existence not as a source of despair but as a liberating force. This acceptance allowed him to live fully in the present, unburdened by the fears of the future or regrets of the past. Embracing this mindset can significantly reduce anxiety, fostering a sense of peace and clarity. Musashi's understanding of impermanence is encapsulated in his advice to accept everything just the way it is. This simple yet powerful statement encourages us to embrace life's changes without resistance or unnecessary strife. By accepting the transient nature of all things, we diminish the power that fear and anxiety hold over us. This mindset helps us focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. Incorporating this acceptance into our daily lives begins with mindfulness practices such as meditation. By observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment, we cultivate a habit of acceptance. This practice reinforces the understanding that most worries are temporary and that we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and composure. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that by accepting life's impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to control every aspect of our lives. This acceptance reduces anxiety, allowing us to live more fully in the present. It helps us to understand that circumstances change, and so do our anxieties. By focusing on the present moment and embracing the ebb and flow of life, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Musashi's acceptance of impermanence is a powerful tool in managing anxiety. It reminds us that life's changes are inevitable and that by embracing them, we can live more fully and purposefully. This perspective transforms anxiety from a paralyzing force into an opportunity for growth and serenity. Through mindfulness and acceptance, we learn to handle life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a true warrior. Part 8. Importance of preparation. Miyamoto Musashi's victories were not solely the result of his combat skills, but also his extraordinary commitment to preparation. He meticulously planned every aspect that could be controlled, understanding that thorough preparation reduces uncertainty and anxiety. Musashi's approach to preparation underscores the importance of being well prepared to face life's challenges with confidence and composure. Musashi believed that if you know the way broadly, you will see it in everything. This insight highlights the power of comprehensive understanding and preparation. By being well prepared, we can anticipate challenges and respond effectively, minimizing anxiety. This approach applies not only to physical battles, but to any modern-day challenge, be it a job interview, an important meeting, or a personal project. Imagine approaching a daunting task with the same meticulous preparation that Musashi applied to his duels. This involves organizing tasks, setting realistic deadlines, and rehearsing scenarios in your mind or through role-playing. Such detailed planning transforms anxiety into a structured plan of action, fostering a sense of control and readiness. Preparation also involves breaking larger tasks into smaller, manageable steps. By setting realistic deadlines for each step, we create a roadmap that guides us through the process. This methodical approach helps to reduce feelings of being overwhelmed and instills a proactive mindset. By anticipating potential obstacles and preparing solutions in advance, we face challenges with a heightened sense of confidence. Musashi's commitment to preparation teaches us that readiness is a key factor in reducing anxiety. By thoroughly preparing for our daily tasks and responsibilities, we can transform uncertainty into confidence. This proactive approach not only reduces anxiety, but also empowers us to tackle life's challenges with the strategic precision of a seasoned samurai. Through detailed preparation and strategic planning, we can face life's uncertainties with the calm and confidence that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. His teachings remind us that by being well prepared, we can navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure, turning anxiety into a manageable and even empowering force. Part 9. Musashi's concept of the way. Miyamoto. Musashi's philosophy of the way embodies his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He viewed life as a continuous journey of self-improvement, where every step forward, no matter how small, represented a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation can heighten feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a testament to this relentless pursuit of growth. He saw each challenge as an opportunity to evolve and refine his skills. This approach can be incredibly empowering when applied to modern life, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we create a sense of control and purpose, which are essential for mitigating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even the smallest advancements were significant because they built momentum and reinforced our capacity to manage larger challenges. This method helps shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the satisfaction of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should start by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps build momentum and reinforces our ability to handle challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us toward a life of purpose and resilience. Part 10. Transforming approach to anxiety. Musashi's approach to anxiety is revolutionary. Rather than avoiding it, he engaged with it directly. He viewed anxiety not as an insurmountable barrier, but as a challenge that could be understood and strategically managed. This shift from avoidance to engagement is crucial in transforming how we handle anxiety. Musashi teaches us to dissect our anxiety, much like planning for a duel. This involves recognizing the triggers, understanding our reactions, and preparing our responses in advance. By breaking down anxiety into manageable parts, we can develop a strategic plan to address it. This demystification of anxiety transforms it from a chaotic force into a structured challenge that we can approach with confidence and clarity. By using Musashi's methods, we learn to anticipate anxiety, prepare for its arrival, and respond effectively. This proactive approach turns anxiety into a known entity, a puzzle to be solved rather than an overwhelming threat. Musashi's teachings empower us to take control, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable and even empowering aspect of our lives. Part 11. Living fully and purposefully. Musashi's philosophy emphasizes living fully and purposefully, undeterred by the fear of death or the unknown. He believed in the importance of a life lived with intent and clarity, free from the shadows of unaddressed fears and anxieties. His powerful statement, "Do not fear death, fear only the half-lived life," encapsulates this belief. Living fully requires confronting and understanding our fears. Musashi's teachings encourage us to embrace life's fleeting nature, reducing anxiety by focusing on the present and what we can control. By accepting impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to secure every aspect of our lives, which is often a significant source of anxiety. Practicing mindfulness and acceptance helps us live more fully. Observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment allows us to understand that most worries are temporary. By embracing life as it comes and focusing on the present moment, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Conclusion. As we confront our own battles with anxiety, Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers a powerful guide. His life, marked by relentless discipline and strategic brilliance, shows us how to transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable challenge. Musashi's teachings, meticulous preparation, strategic reflection, relentless self-improvement, and acceptance of life's impermanence provide practical tools for mastering our inner fears. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift from being overwhelmed to actively engaging with our challenges, adopting the calm and precision of a seasoned warrior. Imagine facing each day with Musashi's clarity and resilience, turning anxiety into an opportunity for growth. Embracing his methods, we become more focused, resilient, and at peace with life's uncertainties. This is Musashi's true genius, transforming our fiercest battles into moments of insight and strength. As we carry forward this warrior's legacy, let us focus on our passions, hone our crafts, and let the results follow naturally. In doing so, we honor Musashi's wisdom, finding serenity in chaos and strength in adversity. Let Musashi's journey guide us to a life of resilience, purpose, and inner peace.
Here are 10 things you should never share with your family, no matter how close you are. Oversharing might seem harmless, but it could unintentionally damage relationships, create misunderstandings, or even leave you feeling vulnerable in ways you didn't expect. Imagine revealing a past mistake, only to see pity replace respect in your loved one's eyes. Or casually sharing a health concern, only to spark excessive worry that changes how your family interacts with you. These are just a couple of examples where well-intentioned openness can backfire. But what if you could avoid these traps entirely? What if choosing thoughtful silence in key areas could actually deepen your family connections and bring you greater peace? In this video, we'll explore not just what to keep private, but why it matters. You'll discover how these strategies protect your relationships, preserve your dignity, and create an environment where you can thrive. By the end, you'll have a clear roadmap to balance openness with discretion, ensuring that your family sees you for the strong, resilient person you are. Let's dive into these 5 essential secrets you should keep to yourself. 1. Negative opinions about extended family members. It's tempting to vent about an annoying cousin or a meddlesome aunt during family conversations. After all, family dynamics can get tricky, and emotions sometimes run high. But openly sharing negative opinions about extended family members can do more harm than good. Not only can it create unnecessary tension, but it may also lead to long-lasting rifts that affect everyone involved. Imagine this scenario. You're frustrated with a distant uncle who always gives unsolicited advice at gatherings. You casually share your feelings with a sibling, expecting sympathy. Instead, they relay your words to another family member who eventually tells your uncle. Now, what started as harmless venting becomes the spark for a feud. The next family event is awkward, with everyone walking on eggshells, and you're left wondering if it was worth it. One reason to keep negative opinions private is the ripple effect they can create. Family members often feel compelled to take sides, even when they'd rather not. What you see as a personal grievance might snowball into a wider issue, dragging others into a conflict they weren't involved in. Even well-meaning relatives can escalate the situation by sharing your comments under the guise of clearing the air. Another reason is the fleeting nature of emotions. A comment made in frustration can lose its significance once you've calmed down. Unfortunately, the damage it causes may linger. Extended family relationships are often less forgiving because they don't involve the daily closeness that builds trust and understanding over time. A careless word can permanently tarnish how someone views you or how you view them. Instead, focus on addressing your frustrations privately. Journaling, meditating, or discussing your feelings with a trusted friend outside the family can help you process emotions constructively. If the issue with the family member persists, consider approaching them directly and respectfully rather than involving others. This approach avoids unnecessary drama and shows emotional maturity. By choosing to keep negative opinions private, you protect your family's harmony and demonstrate respect for everyone involved. Relationships can stay cordial and gatherings remain enjoyable. After all, family isn't about perfection. It's about finding ways to coexist peacefully despite differences. Choosing discretion strengthens bonds and creates an atmosphere of trust that benefits everyone. 2. Your financial struggles in real time. Money can be a sensitive subject, especially when you're going through financial difficulties. While it might feel natural to share these struggles with family members, doing so in real time can create unnecessary worry, judgment, or even tension within relationships. Instead, managing these challenges privately or with a trusted advisor can help you maintain independence and preserve family harmony. Consider Sarah, a 40-year-old who had recently started a small business. As with many startups, she faced financial uncertainty in the first year. Eager to share her experiences, she confided in her parents about how difficult things were. Although her parents wanted to help, their concern quickly turned into frequent calls, unsolicited advice, and suggestions to abandon the business for a safer corporate job. Sarah felt supported at first, but soon found their constant questioning and interventions overwhelming, leaving her feeling doubted rather than encouraged. One reason to avoid sharing financial struggles prematurely is the pressure it can place on your loved ones. Parents or siblings may feel obligated to step in financially, even when they're not in a position to help. Others might inadvertently treat you differently, viewing you through a lens of struggle rather than capability. These shifts in dynamics can strain relationships and erode the respect you've built over time. Another consideration is how financial struggles are often temporary. Sharing these issues in the moment might paint an incomplete picture of your overall stability. Once you've overcome the challenge, your family may still associate you with that struggle, even if you've moved on. It's better to address the issue, learn from it, and share insights once you've gained perspective and resolution. Instead of opening up about real-time financial issues, focus on actionable steps to resolve them. Seek professional advice, create a budget, or brainstorm solutions with a mentor or trusted friend. If you do decide to share with family, keep it focused on lessons rather than current hardships. For example, how you're learning resilience or managing challenges effectively. By keeping financial struggles private, you shield your family from unnecessary worry and maintain your own sense of control. This approach helps you emerge stronger and ensures your relationships remain rooted in mutual respect and positivity. When you do choose to share your story, it will be from a place of growth rather than vulnerability. 3. Personal, spiritual, or philosophical doubts. Sharing personal doubts about spirituality, religion, or philosophy can be a deeply vulnerable act. While it's natural to wrestle with such questions, revealing them too openly to family, especially in households where beliefs are tightly held, can unintentionally create confusion, tension, or even judgment. Choosing to process these doubts privately can help you preserve your peace and maintain harmony within your family. Take David's story, for example. Raised in a devout household, he began to question his religious beliefs in his early 30s. Feeling the need to share, he confided in his mother during a family dinner. Her response was immediate and emotional. She saw his doubts as a rejection of their shared faith and upbringing. What David intended as a conversation about exploration turned into a heated debate, leaving both parties feeling misunderstood. The following months were marked by strained interactions and an unspoken discomfort that neither could fully address. One reason to keep spiritual doubts private is the deeply personal nature of such journeys. These questions often require time, introspection, and exploration to understand fully. Sharing prematurely may open you up to criticism or advice that feels dismissive or even intrusive. Family members may react defensively, seeing your doubts as a challenge to their own beliefs or a rejection of shared values, even if that's not your intention. Additionally, unresolved doubts may not yet have clarity or answers. Sharing them too soon could lead to misunderstandings or assumptions about where you stand, creating unnecessary friction. Processing these thoughts privately or with a trusted confidant outside the family allows you the space to explore without feeling pressured to defend or justify your feelings. Instead of voicing your doubts openly, consider exploring them through journaling, reading, or speaking with someone who can provide neutral guidance, like a spiritual mentor or therapist. If you feel the need to share with family, frame it in a way that focuses on your exploration rather than presenting it as a definitive stance. For instance, saying, "I'm trying to learn more about my beliefs," is less likely to provoke strong reactions than declaring a sudden shift. By choosing to keep spiritual or philosophical doubts private, you give yourself the freedom to explore without external pressure. This allows you to preserve family harmony while staying true to your personal journey. When the time comes to share your conclusions, you'll do so with clarity and confidence, fostering meaningful and respectful dialogue. 4. Minor health concerns. It's natural to share aspects of your health with your family, especially as you age or experience new physical challenges. However, constantly voicing every minor ache, pain, or discomfort can lead to unintended consequences. Worry, overreaction, or even a shift in how your family perceives you. Choosing to keep minor health concerns to yourself can help maintain a positive and balanced family atmosphere. Let's consider the example of Linda, a 65-year-old retired teacher. She started noticing occasional joint pain in her hands. One day, she mentioned it casually to her son. Concerned, he immediately began researching remedies, suggesting doctor visits and lifestyle changes. While Linda appreciated his care, the response left her feeling overwhelmed and, surprisingly, a bit fragile. Over time, she noticed her family started treating her differently, checking on her constantly and avoiding asking her for help with simple tasks. What started as a small issue turned into a source of unnecessary focus and worry. One reason to avoid sharing every minor health issue is the anxiety it can create for your family. Loved ones may feel obligated to step in, offer advice, or even overcompensate by treating you as if you're less capable than you are. This can alter the dynamics of your relationships, making them feel more like caregivers than equals. Another factor is the psychological impact on you. Constantly discussing health concerns can make them feel bigger than they are, drawing your focus to discomfort rather than wellness. This can unintentionally reinforce a mindset centered on limitation rather than resilience. Instead of vocalizing every small health issue, focus on maintaining your overall well-being. Share positive updates about what's going well, like enjoying a walk or trying a new hobby. If you need support for a more serious issue, choose a trusted family member to confide in without making it the center of attention. By keeping minor health concerns private, you create an environment where your family sees you as strong, capable, and engaged in life. This approach helps preserve your sense of independence and ensures that conversations with loved ones focus on joy and connection, not worry. When serious health issues arise, your family will know you value their support, making those moments more meaningful. 5. Unfulfilled dreams or wishes. We all have dreams we've had to set aside, careers we didn't pursue, places we didn't visit, or passions we didn't fully explore. While these unfulfilled wishes are a natural part of life, sharing them too openly with family can sometimes create unintended sadness or feelings of guilt. Choosing to keep these dreams private allows you to cherish them without burdening loved ones. Take the story of Robert, a retired mechanic who had always dreamed of becoming an artist. In his younger days, he loved painting and even dreamed of opening a small gallery. Life, however, had other plans. He built a career, raised a family, and found satisfaction in other ways. One day, during a casual conversation, Robert shared his dream with his granddaughter. expecting to inspire her with his love for art. Instead, she looked at him with a mix of pity and guilt, saying, "I wish you'd been able to do that, Grandpa." What Robert intended as a heartfelt moment left his granddaughter feeling sad, and as though her existence might have been part of why his dream wasn't realized. This reaction surprised him, making him reflect on whether sharing his unfulfilled wish was the best choice. One reason to hold back on discussing unrealized dreams is that younger family members may misinterpret them as regrets, rather than a natural part of life's journey. They might feel guilty, believing they somehow contributed to your choices or sacrifices, even if that's not true. Another reason is that dwelling too much on what didn't happen can overshadow what did. Life is rarely about achieving everything on our list. It's about finding meaning and joy in the choices we've made. Sharing stories of resilience and fulfillment helps family members see you as someone who embraced life's twists and turns with gratitude. Instead of openly discussing unfulfilled dreams, focus on celebrating the values and experiences that shaped who you are. For instance, if Robert had shared stories of how his artistic creativity enriched his career or his relationships, he could still convey his love for art without unintentionally making his granddaughter feel burdened. By cherishing your dreams privately, you preserve them as personal reminders of who you are and what you value. This approach allows your family to see you as someone who embraced life's journey with strength and gratitude, inspiring them to do the same. 6. Past major mistakes. Our past is full of experiences that shape us, including moments of failure or poor judgment. While it can be tempting to share these stories with family members as cautionary tales, doing so might lead to unintended consequences. Past mistakes, even those meant as lessons, can alter how family members perceive you and create an emotional burden for them. Choosing to keep some of these stories private allows you to preserve both your dignity and the family dynamic. Take the example of Maria, a retired entrepreneur who once invested heavily in a business venture that failed. She shared the story with her son, intending to teach him about financial caution. While he appreciated the lesson, Maria noticed a subtle shift in his behavior. He began questioning her financial advice more often and occasionally joked about her decision in ways that stung. What she saw as a moment of vulnerability and wisdom had unintentionally changed how her son viewed her. One reason to keep major mistakes private is the potential for misinterpretation. Family members, especially younger ones, may not fully grasp the nuances behind your actions. They might focus on the failure rather than the lessons learned, seeing it as a reflection of your character rather than just a moment in time. This can shift their perception of you from a role model to someone fallible in ways they hadn't considered. Another reason is the emotional burden such stories can place on loved ones. Hearing about your past struggles might make them feel pity or regret, even if you've long since moved past those feelings. Instead of inspiring them, the story might weigh on their minds, making them overly cautious or even resentful of the risks they feel compelled to take. Rather than recounting every detail of your mistakes, focus on sharing the wisdom you've gained in a way that's relatable but not overly personal. For example, instead of describing the specifics of a failed investment, you might say, "I've learned to always research thoroughly before committing to something new." This conveys the lesson without exposing vulnerable parts of your past. By choosing discretion, you allow family members to see you as someone who has grown through life's challenges without being defined by them. This fosters a sense of respect and admiration, inspiring your loved ones to embrace their own resilience. It's not about hiding who you are, but about framing your story in a way that uplifts rather than burdens. Disappointments or dissatisfaction with family. As we watch our loved ones navigate life, it's natural to form hopes or expectations for them. Whether it's wishing they'd chosen a different career, lived closer, or approached life in a way more aligned with our values, these feelings can lead to disappointment. However, openly expressing dissatisfaction with family members' choices often does more harm than good. Choosing silence in these moments fosters trust, respect, and stronger relationships. Consider Amelia, a retired librarian whose daughter decided to pursue a career in the arts instead of the stable, traditional path Amelia had envisioned. Though Amelia admired her daughter's creativity, she couldn't shake her concern about financial security. One day, she voiced her feelings during a family dinner, suggesting her daughter consider something more reliable. Amelia thought she was being helpful, but her daughter felt criticized and unsupported. Their relationship grew strained, and her daughter became more reluctant to share her dreams. One reason to keep disappointments private is that expressing them can make loved ones feel as though they've let you down. Even well-intentioned comments can come across as judgment, creating a divide in the relationship. This can lead to defensiveness or a sense of inadequacy, making it harder for family members to feel comfortable being their authentic selves around you. Another reason is the subjectivity of disappointment. Often these feelings stem from our own values, experiences, or expectations rather than an objective reality. What feels like a poor choice to you might be deeply fulfilling to them. Acknowledging this can help you shift your perspective and focus on what truly matters, their happiness and growth. Instead of voicing dissatisfaction, focus on offering quiet support and encouragement. Celebrate their strengths and achievements, even if they differ from what you envisioned. For instance, Amelia could have praised her daughter's creativity and passion while offering practical advice only when asked. This approach shows love and respect, strengthening the bond between them. By choosing silence over criticism, you create a safe, nurturing space where your family members feel accepted for who they are. This fosters open communication and deeper trust, ensuring that your relationships are built on a foundation of love rather than unmet expectations. In the long run, your silent support will speak louder than words, encouraging your loved ones to thrive on their own terms. 8. Conflicts with friends or co-workers. Workplace drama or tensions with friends can be frustrating, and sharing these experiences with family might feel like an easy way to vent or gain perspective. However, airing conflicts with those outside your family can lead to unintended complications. Family members might form lasting negative opinions about the people involved, or even worry excessively about your relationships or professional stability. Choosing to handle these disputes privately helps maintain both your peace and your family's. Take Jason, for example. He recently had a falling out with a longtime friend over a financial disagreement. Feeling frustrated, he shared the story with his sister, expecting sympathy. While she listened and empathized, her opinion of Jason's friend soured. Even after they resolved their issues, Jason noticed his sister remained distant and critical toward his friend, making social gatherings uncomfortable. What Jason saw as a fleeting conflict had left a lasting impression on his sister. One reason to keep conflicts private is that family members often don't have the full context of your relationships. They are more likely to take your side and form judgments based on the version of events you share, which may not always reflect the complexity of the situation. When you reconcile with the person, your family might still hold on to their negative perceptions, creating unnecessary tension or awkwardness. Another reason is that venting can magnify the problem. Repeating the story to others can reinforce feelings of frustration or anger, making it harder for you to move on. Handling the conflict directly with the person involved allows you to resolve the issue without outside interference or judgment. Instead of sharing every detail with family, consider finding a neutral outlet to process your feelings, such as journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend outside the situation. If you must discuss it, frame the conversation as seeking advice rather than airing grievances, keeping it solution-focused. By keeping personal conflicts private, you preserve your relationships and prevent unnecessary drama. This approach also allows your family to see you as someone who handles challenges with emotional maturity and discretion. In the end, your ability to resolve conflicts quietly demonstrates strength and resilience, setting a positive example for your loved ones. When the dust settles, your relationships remain intact, free from lingering judgments or misunderstandings. 9. Your plans for major life. Changes before they're certain. Big life decisions like changing careers, moving to a new city, or starting a new venture are exciting but also come with uncertainty. Sharing these plans with family before they're finalized might seem like a good way to involve them, but it can invite unsolicited advice, skepticism, or even unnecessary pressure. Keeping these plans private until you're certain allows you the space to make decisions on your terms. Take Emily's story, for example. She was considering leaving her corporate job to pursue her passion for baking and open a small cafe. Excited yet unsure, she shared her idea with her parents during a casual conversation. Instead of encouragement, she was met with concerns about financial risks and stability. Their questions, though well-meaning, left Emily feeling more anxious and doubtful about her decision. Ultimately, she shelved the idea, not because it wasn't viable, but because the added pressure from her family made it harder to focus on her goals. One reason to keep plans for major changes private is to avoid premature judgment. Family members often respond from a place of concern, offering advice or opinions based on their experiences rather than understanding your vision. This can lead to doubt, second-guessing, or frustration, which might derail your decision-making process. Another reason is the potential to change your mind. Plans for significant changes often evolve as you gather more information or explore new angles. Sharing too early may create expectations among family members, making you feel obligated to follow through even if your priorities shift. Instead of announcing your plans prematurely, focus on gathering the information and resources you need to make an informed decision. Seek guidance from mentors, colleagues, or friends who can provide neutral, practical insights. Once your plans are more concrete, you can share them with your family confidently, framing the conversation around your well-thought-out decision. By keeping major life changes private until you're ready, you protect your decision-making process from unnecessary external influence. When you do share your plans, your confidence and clarity will inspire your family's trust and support. This approach not only preserves your peace, but also strengthens your ability to navigate life's transitions with independence and resilience. It's not about excluding your loved ones, but about ensuring you involve them at the right time, on your terms. 10. Personal plans for assets. Discussing your plans for assets and inheritance might seem like a way to assure your family of their future, But sharing too much too soon can lead to unintended consequences. Misunderstandings, assumptions, or even conflicts can arise when these topics are brought up prematurely. By keeping your asset plans private until the right time, you ensure family relationships stay focused on love and connection rather than material concerns. Consider Robert, a retired banker who had spent years carefully planning his estate. Eager to share his intentions, he casually mentioned to his two children how he planned to divide his assets. What started as a simple conversation quickly turned into a heated discussion, with both children sharing opinions on how things should be handled. Robert hadn't expected his private plans to spark tension, but now he felt caught in the middle, his original intentions overshadowed by disagreements. One reason to keep these plans private is the potential for disputes among family members. Even when intentions are clear, differing expectations or needs can lead to unnecessary tension. Family members might unintentionally focus on material aspects rather than the relationships that truly matter. Another reason is the pressure it can place on you. Sharing plans too early might make you feel obligated to consider everyone's opinions, even when they don't align with your goals or values. This can lead to feelings of frustration or even regret as you navigate family dynamics while trying to finalize your decisions. Instead of discussing your plans openly, consider working with a trusted financial advisor or estate planner to ensure everything aligns with your wishes. When the time comes to share your intentions, do so with clear documentation and an explanation rooted in love and fairness. This approach minimizes confusion and ensures your decisions are respected. By keeping asset plans private, you create a sense of peace and independence around your decisions. Family time can remain focused on connection and shared memories rather than future expectations. When you do share your plans, it will be with confidence, allowing your loved ones to respect your choices and the legacy you're leaving behind. Ultimately, this discretion protects the harmony and trust within your family, ensuring relationships remain the priority over material concerns. As we journey through life, we learn that some things are best kept close to the heart. Choosing what to share and what to keep private isn't about secrecy. It's about protecting your peace, preserving your relationships, and fostering an environment of respect and understanding. By thoughtfully balancing openness with discretion, you can deepen your family connections while staying true to yourself. If this video resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us continue sharing practical advice and timeless wisdom for a fulfilling and balanced life. We'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned about what to keep private? Share your insights in the comments below. Your perspective could inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. In relationships, there are certain qualities that make a lasting impact, traits that go beyond surface-level attraction and create deeper connections. As I've explored these qualities within myself, I've come to appreciate how each one contributes not only to my personal growth, but also to the strength and authenticity of my relationships. From confidence and resilience to emotional intelligence and passion, each trait shapes how I show up for my partner and allows us to build a foundation rooted in respect, trust, and inspiration. Here, I dive into 15 essential traits that I strive to embody, each bringing its own unique value and depth to the connections I form. 1. Independence. I've come to realize that independence is one of the most essential qualities I can develop, not just in my relationships, but in every part of my life. Being independent means having a life that's fulfilling and balanced, where I pursue my own passions, set my own goals, and don't make someone else the center of my existence. When I embrace independence, I'm creating a dynamic in my relationship that naturally attracts the kind of person who values strength and self-sufficiency, qualities that I want in both myself and my partner. Independence, to me, is about cultivating a life that stands on its own, where my happiness doesn't solely depend on any one person. I focus on maintaining my friendships, pursuing my hobbies, and making sure that my goals are always moving forward. For instance, I stay committed to my personal growth, which could mean learning a new skill, taking up a challenging project at work, or even taking time off to relax and reflect. When I give myself this space to evolve and improve, it not only makes me a better person, but also a more appealing partner. After all, being someone who's driven and engaged with life is attractive in its own right. Being independent doesn't mean I'm closed off or unwilling to make someone a priority. Instead, it's a way of ensuring that I don't lose myself in a relationship. I've seen too many people, and I've even done it myself, become so wrapped up in their partner that they forget who they are outside of that connection. I want to stay grounded in who I am, with a clear sense of my own worth and values. That way, I'm entering a relationship as a whole person, not someone seeking fulfillment from someone else. In practical terms, independence means that I make time for my interests, even when I'm dating someone. If I have a weekly meet-up with friends or a solo project that I'm working on, I make sure those remain priorities. This doesn't mean that I neglect my partner or refuse to make compromises. It simply means that I don't abandon what's important to me. I believe that keeping my life in balance is one of the best ways to ensure that I'm also bringing the best version of myself into my relationships. Independence also brings a level of mystery to the relationship. When I have my own goals and responsibilities, it adds depth and intrigue. I'm not always available or ready to drop everything because I have a full life. This isn't about playing hard to get, but about being genuinely engaged with my world, which in turn keeps the relationship interesting. I think there's something captivating about a person who has a rich, varied life. It's something I admire in others too. When I reflect on independence, I see it as a form of respect for both myself and my partner. By maintaining a strong sense of self, I'm able to offer them a genuine connection, not one driven by neediness or dependency. I want to be with someone who respects my autonomy, who understands that my independence is part of what makes me, me. In the end, my goal is to find a relationship where we support each other's journeys, both individually and together, knowing that our connection is made stronger by our unique, independent lives. 2. Ambition. Ambition is something I believe every person should nurture in their lives. For me, ambition means having a clear sense of purpose and direction, a constant drive to improve, grow, and achieve. I don't see ambition as just the pursuit of career success or financial gain. To me, it's about consistently striving for something more, something that makes me feel fulfilled and allows me to contribute meaningfully to the world around me. When I'm ambitious, I'm setting a high standard for myself, and that energy naturally spills over into every area of my life, including relationships. Having ambition keeps me engaged and motivated. It gives me goals to work towards, and that brings a sense of excitement and determination into my day-to-day life. I'm someone who always wants to challenge myself, whether it's through setting new professional milestones, improving my health and fitness, or dedicating myself to personal projects that I'm passionate about. This kind of drive makes me feel alive and keeps me moving forward, regardless of where I am in life. When I'm actively pursuing my goals, I feel more connected to my purpose, and that gives me an underlying sense of satisfaction and confidence. Ambition also adds a dimension of respect and admiration to my relationships. I find that when I'm driven, I attract people who are similarly goal-oriented and passionate. Being around other ambitious people is inspiring. It creates a shared energy and motivation that lifts us all up. I've noticed that when I express my aspirations and work toward them, it encourages the people around me to pursue their own dreams too. Ambition is contagious, and I want to be with someone who understands and appreciates the value of having big dreams. To me, ambition doesn't mean I'm always hustling or grinding non-stop. It's not about sacrificing everything for the sake of achievement. Instead, it's about knowing that I want more from life and making intentional choices that align with my goals. Whether that's working on a personal project, learning a new skill, or pushing my limits physically, my ambition shows up in ways that improve me as a person. I think the best kind of ambition is balanced. It's driven yet mindful, constantly striving, but never losing sight of what really matters, including my relationships and personal well-being. Having ambition can also make relationships more exciting. I don't want to be in a relationship where we're both content to just coast along. I want a partnership where we're both pushing each other to become the best versions of ourselves, where we're constantly evolving, both together and as individuals. For me, a relationship should be an adventure, a journey that includes personal growth and new experiences. Being ambitious means I'm always open to learning, open to change, and open to new possibilities, which keeps the relationship dynamic and full of life. Ambition, for me, is also about resilience. It means not giving up when things get tough and having the mental strength to push through setbacks. I want a partner who can see that drive in me and who can appreciate my determination to keep going, no matter the obstacles. When I'm ambitious, I'm not afraid to take risks, and I'm not easily discouraged. I find that this quality inspires confidence, both in myself and in those around me, including my partner. It shows that I'm committed to my own growth and that I'll work hard to overcome challenges in all aspects of life. Ultimately, ambition is a trait that makes me feel deeply fulfilled. It's about setting high standards, dreaming big, and knowing that I have the power to shape my own future. When I focus on my ambitions, I'm taking charge of my life, and that sense of agency brings me a lot of joy. I believe that when I'm living my life with ambition, I'm offering my partner someone who's fully alive, engaged and passionate about creating a better future. And that, in my experience, is something that's incredibly attractive and enriching in a relationship. 3. Adaptability. Adaptability is a quality I'm constantly working to improve because life is full of changes and unexpected turns. For me, being adaptable means having the mental flexibility to handle whatever life throws my way and the resilience to move forward regardless of the circumstances. I see adaptability as one of the most empowering traits a person can have. It's what allows me to face challenges without losing my sense of direction. In relationships, adaptability is crucial. It helps me handle disagreements, navigate life changes, and keep the connection strong, even when things aren't going exactly as planned. In my experience, relationships are never static. They evolve as we grow, and they require adjustment and compromise. I've learned that being adaptable is about more than just going with the flow. It's about actively embracing change and being open to new perspectives. Whether it's learning to communicate better, adjusting to a new routine, or finding ways to support my partner through their own changes. I believe adaptability allows me to be more responsive and understanding. When I'm adaptable, I'm able to meet my partner where they are, rather than getting frustrated if things don't go according to my initial expectations. Adaptability also means not being too attached to any one way of doing things. In my life, I try to stay open-minded and curious, always looking for ways to improve or explore new possibilities. I don't want to be the kind of person who gets stuck in old habits or routines simply because they're comfortable. Change, while often uncomfortable, pushes me to grow and brings new energy into my life and relationships. I find that when I embrace change, it makes me more interesting and engaged, as I'm constantly learning and adapting. This trait has helped me stay grounded during life's challenges, whether it's a career change, a move, or a personal setback. Adaptability allows me to see obstacles as opportunities to learn and grow. It gives me the resilience to handle tough situations without falling apart. When I'm adaptable, I'm not easily discouraged. Instead, I'm ready to find solutions and adjust my approach to meet the demands of the moment. This is a quality I hope to bring into my relationships, as it helps create a more harmonious, understanding environment. Adaptability also fosters better communication. I've noticed that being willing to listen, consider other perspectives, and shift my approach makes it easier to resolve conflicts. Instead of getting defensive or rigid when there's a disagreement, I try to remain open and responsive, allowing for a dialogue that respects both of our viewpoints. I think that when I'm adaptable, I show my partner that I value our relationship enough to work through challenges together. It demonstrates that I'm committed to growing and evolving, not just as an individual, but also as a partner. For me, adaptability also means balancing my own goals and needs with those of my partner. It's about finding a middle ground that respects both of our ambitions, desires, and dreams. I want to be with someone who appreciates flexibility and understands that life will bring changes, some of which we can't foresee. By being adaptable, I'm preparing myself and my relationship for the inevitable ups and downs that life brings. I don't want to be someone who gets thrown off course by every little disruption. I want to be someone who can stay steady and supportive no matter what. Ultimately, adaptability is a trait that helps me build resilience and deepen my connections. It keeps me grounded, yet open to the new and unexpected. In relationships, I believe it's one of the most important qualities because it allows both partners to grow together rather than feeling constrained by rigid expectations. When I'm adaptable, I'm better able to enjoy the journey, handle changes gracefully, and approach life with a positive, open attitude. This is the kind of energy I want to bring into my relationships, a sense of flexibility, resilience, and optimism that enriches both my life and the lives of those around me. 4. Sense of humor. A sense of humor is one of the most powerful tools I have, both in life and in relationships. To me, humor isn't just about making people laugh. It's about seeing life through a light-hearted lens, especially when things get tough. Having a good sense of humor allows me to stay resilient in difficult times, connect more easily with others, and add a sense of fun and joy to my relationships. When I can laugh at myself, at the small annoyances, or even at life's curveballs, it helps me handle challenges with a clear mind and a lighter heart. For me, humor has been a source of connection with others. I find that laughter breaks down walls and helps people feel at ease, whether in casual settings or deep conversations. When I'm able to share a laugh with someone, it's like creating a moment that says, "I get you, and I'm right here with you. In relationships, humor is especially valuable. It helps me create a bond with my partner that's not just based on attraction or shared goals, but on genuine enjoyment of each other's company. Being able to laugh together, even at the little quirks we each bring, fosters a sense of camaraderie and understanding. I believe that a strong sense of humor is a sign of emotional resilience. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes things don't go the way we want. When I can laugh at these moments rather than letting them stress me out, it shows that I'm able to roll with the punches and keep a positive outlook. Humor helps me stay grounded, even when things feel uncertain or challenging. In relationships, this resilience allows me to support my partner in tough times without letting negativity take over. By keeping things light-hearted, I'm able to lift the mood and remind both of us that we can handle whatever comes our way. One of the biggest advantages of humor in a relationship is that it diffuses tension. Conflicts are inevitable, but humor can make it easier to navigate disagreements without letting them escalate. When I can inject a bit of humor into a tense moment without dismissing or invalidating my partner's feelings, it can help us both take a step back and see the situation from a less serious perspective. Humor allows me to address issues calmly and creates a sense of safety where neither of us feels judged or criticized. It reminds us that, ultimately, we're on the same team. A sense of humor also means that I'm not afraid to laugh at myself. Self-deprecating humor shows that I don't take myself too seriously, and it keeps me humble. When I can poke fun at my own quirks and mistakes, it signals that I'm comfortable in my own skin. I think this level of self-assurance is attractive because it shows confidence without arrogance. In a relationship, it tells my partner that I'm okay with my imperfections, and I'm not striving for an unattainable image of perfection. This honesty and comfort in my own skin helps create an environment where we can both be ourselves, flaws and all. At its core, a sense of humor is about finding joy in life. It's a reminder that not everything needs to be taken seriously, and that sometimes the best way to deal with a problem is to just laugh it off. This doesn't mean I ignore challenges or avoid important conversations. Instead, it means I approach life with an open heart, ready to find the silver lining, even when things seem bleak. I've found that when I share this perspective, it helps my partner feel more optimistic, too. It's like creating a shared mindset where we can both lean on humor to get through life's ups and downs together. In the end, humor adds depth to my relationships. It allows us to share lighter moments, relieve stress, and create memories filled with laughter. I want to be someone who can bring joy to the lives of others, who can see the funny side even in tough times, and who encourages my partner to do the same. Humor is one of the best ways to build a strong, lasting connection, and it's a quality I'm always proud to cultivate. By keeping a light-hearted outlook, I'm not just making life more enjoyable, I'm building a relationship that's rich with joy, resilience, and genuine connection. 5. Bad boy traits. The concept of bad boy traits might sound a bit cliché, but I've come to understand it as a mix of confidence, independence, and a sense of mystery. I don't think of it as being rebellious or disrespectful. Rather, it's about embodying qualities that make me intriguing, emotionally self-reliant, and a bit unpredictable. To me, the essence of these traits is about not conforming entirely to expectations and maintaining a life that's genuinely my own, even when I'm in a relationship. One of the key components of what's often referred to as bad boy traits is the ability to keep a sense of mystery. I found that being a bit reserved about my life adds a natural sense of intrigue. I don't feel the need to overshare everything about myself right away, and I value having aspects of my life that are just for me. It's not about hiding things. It's about letting my partner gradually discover who I am over time. By keeping some things to myself, I create a dynamic where there's always something new to learn about each other, which keeps the relationship fresh and engaging. Another part of this approach is maintaining emotional independence. I don't rely on a partner for my happiness or self-worth. I take responsibility for my own emotional state. When I'm in control of my emotions and not dependent on constant validation, I'm able to be a more stable and reliable partner. I believe that emotional independence allows me to be fully present in the relationship without feeling pressured to constantly seek approval. This confidence in who I am and in my own self-worth is magnetic because it signals that I'm a grounded, self-sufficient person. In my experience, this kind of emotional resilience is deeply attractive, as it provides a foundation of strength and stability. The bad boy persona also includes a sense of unpredictability, which I interpret as simply being open to new experiences and willing to keep things exciting. I don't want to fall into routines that make life feel stale, whether that's in my relationship or my personal life. Instead, I embrace spontaneity and enjoy mixing things up. This might mean planning a surprise date, trying out new activities, or even just being a little playful and adventurous in our interactions. By keeping things unpredictable in a fun and respectful way, I'm creating moments of excitement and curiosity that deepen our bond. An often misunderstood aspect of these traits is the ability to say no and set boundaries. I don't believe in being overly accommodating just to please someone else. I stay true to my values and preferences. This doesn't mean I'm inflexible or unwilling to compromise. It just means that I'm clear on what I want and don't feel the need to change myself to gain approval. Having clear boundaries shows that I respect myself and have a strong sense of identity. When I stand firm in my choices, I find that it creates mutual respect and a balanced relationship dynamic. I've also learned the importance of not always being readily available. In today's world of constant messaging and instant communication, it's easy to feel like we should be on call at all times. But I believe there's value in letting my partner miss me and having time apart to recharge and focus on my own life. I pursue my own interests and passions, which adds depth to who I am and gives me things to bring back to the relationship. Having a life outside of the relationship allows me to maintain my individuality and ensures that when we're together, it's more meaningful. Finally, I embrace a sense of self-assurance that comes from not needing to explain or justify myself constantly. I don't feel compelled to seek approval for every decision or action. Instead, I act based on what feels right for me, within the boundaries of respect and consideration for my partner. This self-confidence, combined with independence and a hint of mystery, creates a dynamic that makes relationships feel exciting yet stable. In essence, bad boy traits to me aren't about being reckless or insensitive. They're about maintaining self-respect, embracing independence, and allowing for a bit of mystery and spontaneity. These qualities help me build a relationship that's grounded, exciting, and fulfilling. I've come to see these traits as a way of bringing strength and depth into my connections, creating a balance where both my partner and I feel engaged, respected, and continually drawn to each other. 6. Self-respect. Self-respect is one of the most foundational qualities I strive to cultivate in my life and relationships. It means valuing myself, my principles, and my boundaries, and never compromising who I am to gain approval or affection. Self-respect helps me maintain a strong sense of identity, and it keeps me grounded, allowing me to approach relationships from a place of confidence and integrity. When I have self-respect, I'm able to engage with others in a way that feels honest and authentic, because I'm not trying to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. For me, self-respect begins with setting clear boundaries. I've learned that if I don't respect my own limits, it's difficult to expect others to do so. In relationships, this means being clear about my needs and values, and not being afraid to communicate them. I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to build meaningful connections that respect both myself and the other person. When I have boundaries, I protect my well-being and ensure that I'm only giving what I can truly offer without resentment. By holding to my boundaries, I'm also sending a message that I value myself enough not to settle for less than I deserve. Self-respect also involves a sense of self-worth. I don't seek validation from external sources or rely on someone else to make me feel valued. My self-worth comes from within, built on my achievements, my character, and my values. I remind myself that I am enough as I am, and I strive to build on that foundation daily. This internal sense of value allows me to stand tall, even in the face of rejection or disappointment, because I know that my worth isn't tied to someone else's opinion. When I approach relationships with this self-assurance, I find that it creates a balanced dynamic, where I'm not overly reliant on my partner for validation or happiness. Having self-respect means being able to say no when something doesn't align with my values or goals. I no longer feel guilty about setting limits, whether it's with friends, family, or a romantic partner. Saying no is a way of honoring myself and recognizing that my time, energy, and values are important. I've found that when I stand firm in my decisions, it attracts people who genuinely respect and value me. By respecting myself enough to decline things that don't serve me, I create space for what truly aligns with who I am. Self-respect is also about taking care of my physical, emotional, and mental well-being. This means making time for things that nurture me, whether it's exercise, pursuing hobbies, or investing in personal growth. I've noticed that when I prioritize self-care, I show up better in my relationships. I have more energy, patience, and understanding to give, and I'm less likely to fall into cycles of resentment or burnout. Respecting myself means putting my needs first, not out of selfishness, but because I know that by taking care of myself, I'm able to offer a healthier, more balanced presence to those around me. In relationships, self-respect is key to maintaining equality and mutual respect. I'm not willing to tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or any behavior that undermines my dignity. I approach relationships with kindness and respect, but I expect the same in return. When I respect myself, I naturally attract people who see and appreciate my value, and I'm able to recognize when someone doesn't treat me as I deserve. Self-respect empowers me to walk away from unhealthy situations without fear, knowing that my happiness and well-being come first. Ultimately, self-respect gives me the freedom to be true to myself. I don't feel the need to change or hide who I am to gain acceptance. I want a partner who values me for my authentic self, not for some idealized version of me. With self-respect, I bring honesty, confidence, and a deep sense of personal integrity into my relationships. This quality creates a foundation of trust and stability because I'm consistent, genuine, and unafraid to stand up for what I believe in. In essence, self-respect is the cornerstone of how I approach both my life and my relationships. It empowers me to live authentically, love deeply, and build connections that are grounded in mutual respect. When I hold myself in high regard, I'm able to give and receive love in a way that's healthy, balanced, and truly fulfilling. Self-respect keeps me centered and reminds me that I'm worthy of the best life and relationships have to offer. 7. Confidence. Confidence for me is about having a steady inner belief in who I am and what I bring to the table. It's not about being the loudest person in the room or seeking attention. Rather, it's a quiet assurance that comes from knowing my own worth and capabilities. Confidence is deeply attractive because it signals to others that I'm comfortable in my own skin, that I don't need constant validation, and that I'm fully capable of handling whatever life throws my way. In relationships, this confidence allows me to bring my authentic self forward without fear of judgment or rejection. Building confidence starts with self-acceptance. I've come to understand that being confident doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm comfortable with my imperfections and strengths alike. I don't try to hide my flaws or pretend to be someone I'm not. I know who I am, and I accept myself as I am, both the good and the not so good. This self-acceptance forms the foundation of my confidence. When I'm secure in who I am, I'm not easily shaken by external opinions or setbacks. I approach relationships with this same level of acceptance, knowing that I'm bringing something unique and valuable to the table, just as I am. Confidence also means having a clear sense of purpose. I find that when I have goals, passions, and a direction in life, it gives me a sense of purpose that fuels my confidence. Knowing what I'm working toward and making consistent progress keeps me grounded and motivated. In relationships, this purpose-driven confidence is attractive because it shows that I have my own life, ambitions, and interests. I'm not waiting for someone else to complete me. I'm already on my path, and I want a partner who's on theirs too. I believe that two people who are both confident and purpose-driven create a stronger, more resilient partnership. In my experience, true confidence also means not being overly concerned with seeking approval. I don't need to rely on external validation to feel good about myself. This doesn't mean I'm closed off to feedback or unwilling to grow. It just means that my self-worth isn't dependent on what others think of me. I set my own standards and work hard to meet them, finding pride in my accomplishments, even when they're small. When I can be proud of myself without needing others to tell me I'm worthy, I can approach relationships from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. Confidence allows me to be assertive in expressing my needs and desires. I don't shy away from communicating what I want or standing up for myself. In relationships, this assertiveness creates clarity and prevents misunderstandings. I'm not afraid to be direct or honest, and I find that this honesty is refreshing for both myself and my partner. Being confident doesn't mean I'm rigid or inflexible. It simply means I know what I value, and I'm willing to communicate that openly. This kind of honesty fosters trust, as it shows that I'm transparent about who I am and what I want. Another important aspect of confidence is resilience. When I face rejection, failure, or disappointment, I don't let it crush my self-esteem. Instead, I see these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. Confidence helps me stay grounded, even when things don't go as planned, because I know that my worth isn't defined by any single outcome. In relationships, this resilience allows me to approach challenges calmly and work through them without getting discouraged. I'm not afraid to put in the effort to make things work, but I also know when to walk away if something isn't serving my well-being. This balance of commitment and strength is key to building a healthy relationship. Finally, confidence makes me more approachable and open to connecting with others. When I'm confident, I'm not consumed by insecurities or self-doubt, so I'm able to focus on my partner and engage with them fully. I'm able to be present, listen actively, and share meaningful experiences without holding back. This level of openness and self-assurance creates a warm, inviting energy that naturally draws people in. Confidence allows me to be fully myself, creating a space where both my partner and I can be authentic and vulnerable together. In the end, confidence is about embracing my identity, living with purpose, and facing life with resilience and openness. It's a quality that empowers me to build relationships based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine connection. Confidence allows me to show up as the best version of myself, ready to give and receive love in a way that's fulfilling and balanced. When I approach life and relationships with this deep inner confidence, I am not only enriching my own experience, but also creating a solid foundation for a healthy, lasting connection with others. 8. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, for me, is about understanding and managing my own emotions, while also being attuned to the feelings and needs of others. In relationships, I've found that emotional intelligence is invaluable. It allows me to connect on a deeper level, handle conflicts with empathy, and build trust through genuine understanding. Being emotionally intelligent means I'm not just focused on what I'm feeling, but I'm also open to and respectful of my partner's emotional landscape. This quality has been key to creating relationships that feel safe, supportive, and deeply connected. The first part of emotional intelligence is self-awareness. I try to stay in tune with my own emotions and understand the reasons behind them. This doesn't mean I'm immune to feeling angry, sad, or frustrated. It means I can recognize these emotions without letting them control my actions. For example, if I feel myself getting upset, I pause to understand why, rather than reacting impulsively. This awareness helps me approach situations with a clear mind and a calm demeanor, which is essential in relationships. When I'm aware of my own emotions, I can communicate them more effectively and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Another crucial aspect of emotional intelligence is empathy. Empathy allows me to put myself in my partner's shoes, to truly understand what they might be feeling. I believe that being able to empathize creates a strong sense of connection and shows my partner that I genuinely care about their experiences. It's not just about saying the right words. It's about listening deeply, paying attention to non-verbal cues, and responding with compassion. When I show empathy, I'm telling my partner that their feelings are valid and that I'm here to support them, no matter what. Emotional intelligence also helps me communicate more effectively. I know that effective communication isn't just about expressing my own thoughts, but also about listening actively and giving my partner space to share their perspective. I strive to be a good listener, to be patient, and to make sure my partner feels heard. This means not interrupting, not jumping to conclusions, and not immediately trying to fix things. Often, people don't want solutions. They just want someone to understand them. By focusing on understanding rather than solving, I'm able to build a deeper emotional connection with my partner. One of the biggest benefits of emotional intelligence is that it helps me handle conflicts constructively. Instead of letting emotions spiral out of control, I try to approach disagreements calmly and respectfully. When emotions are running high, I've learned to take a step back, breathe, and refocus. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations. It means approaching them with a level-headed perspective. I aim to address the issue at hand without letting emotions escalate. By staying composed, I'm able to keep the focus on finding solutions rather than fueling the conflict, which is crucial for building a lasting, respectful relationship. Self-regulation is another component of emotional intelligence. It's about controlling impulsive reactions and staying calm under pressure. When I'm able to manage my emotions, I'm less likely to say or do things I'll regret later. This discipline shows my partner that I'm someone who can be counted on to remain stable, even during challenging times. Self-regulation creates a sense of security in the relationship, as it shows that I'm responsible for my own emotional responses. I'm able to offer a calm presence, which can help de-escalate situations and bring clarity when things feel chaotic. Another part of emotional intelligence is being open to feedback. I know I'm not perfect, and I'm open to learning from my mistakes. When my partner offers feedback, I try to take it constructively without getting defensive. This openness to feedback is important because it shows that I'm willing to grow and improve, both for myself and for the relationship. Emotional intelligence means I'm not afraid to acknowledge my flaws and work on them, creating a more positive, growth-oriented dynamic with my partner. Ultimately, emotional intelligence is about building a relationship where both partners feel valued, understood, and supported. It's about creating an environment where vulnerability is welcome, where emotions can be shared openly without fear of judgment. By practicing emotional intelligence, I aim to bring empathy, patience, and understanding into my relationships. I believe that when I approach relationships with this level of emotional maturity, I'm able to create a strong foundation built on mutual respect and trust. Emotional intelligence allows me to show up as a partner who is compassionate, communicative, and committed to growing together. It's a skill I continuously work on, knowing that it not only improves my relationships, but also enhances my ability to connect meaningfully with the world around me. Through emotional intelligence, I'm able to build relationships that are resilient, loving, and deeply fulfilling. 9. Steadfastness. Steadfastness to me is about being reliable, consistent, and true to my word. It's the commitment to following through on my promises and being there when I say I will be. In relationships, steadfastness is a quality that builds trust, as it reassures my partner that I'm someone they can count on. When I'm steadfast, I'm creating a sense of stability that allows my partner to feel secure and valued, which I believe is essential for a strong, lasting connection. At its core, steadfastness is about showing up, even when it's inconvenient or difficult. Life can throw a lot of unexpected challenges our way, and it's easy to give up or pull back when things get tough. But I believe that true commitment means being there during those hard times. If I've made a commitment to someone, I'm prepared to stand by it, not just when things are smooth, but also when they're challenging. Whether it's keeping my word on a small promise or supporting my partner through a tough period, I want to be someone who can be relied upon no matter what. Steadfastness also means being dependable in the everyday aspects of a relationship. If I say I'm going to do something, I make sure to follow through, whether that's calling when I said I would, being on time for plans, or lending a hand when my partner needs support. These may seem like small acts, but they add up to create a foundation of trust. By consistently showing up and being dependable, I'm proving that my partner can rely on me, which fosters a deep sense of security and respect in the relationship. Another part of being steadfast is having patience. Relationships go through different phases, and there are times when things may not be perfect. During these times, I've learned that it's important to be patient and understanding rather than giving up or getting frustrated. This patience allows me to see beyond temporary difficulties and focus on the bigger picture. I want to build a relationship that's resilient, one that can withstand challenges and continue to grow stronger. My commitment to patience and understanding helps me to stay steady, even when things aren't easy. Steadfastness also involves being true to my values. I'm committed to living with integrity and aligning my actions with my beliefs. This means that I'm not easily swayed by outside influences or temporary desires. Instead, I act according to what I know is right and what aligns with my long-term goals. In relationships, this integrity allows me to be a stable presence, someone who isn't constantly changing based on external circumstances. I believe that staying true to my values shows my partner that I have a clear sense of who I am, which adds to the stability and predictability they feel in our relationship. Being steadfast doesn't mean being rigid. It means being reliable without being inflexible. I believe in the importance of compromise and adapting when necessary, but I do so without losing sight of the promises I've made. Flexibility allows me to adjust as life changes, but my commitment to my partner and my values remains constant. I want my partner to feel that they can rely on me, no matter what changes life brings. This blend of consistency and adaptability is what makes steadfastness such a valuable quality. In relationships, steadfastness creates a safe space where my partner can be vulnerable without fear of judgment or abandonment. They know that I'm here to stay, even when things aren't perfect. This assurance allows us both to open up more fully and build a deeper, more authentic connection. I think one of the most powerful aspects of steadfastness is the trust it builds. When my partner knows that I'm committed to them, it allows us to focus on growth and building a shared future, rather than constantly questioning each other's commitment. Ultimately, being steadfast is about being a source of stability, strength, and support. I aim to be the kind of partner who's there through thick and thin, who follows through on commitments, and who offers a reliable foundation for the relationship. This quality brings a sense of peace and trust, allowing us both to feel secure in the knowledge that we have each other's backs, no matter what. Steadfastness is something I hold close to my heart, and I believe it's one of the most meaningful ways to show love and respect in a relationship. It reminds me that actions speak louder than words, and that true commitment isn't just about saying I'll be there. It's about proving it day after day through my actions and consistency. This quality helps me create relationships that are rooted in trust, loyalty, and a shared vision for the future, which are the true foundations of lasting love. 10. Masculinity. Masculinity, to me, is about embodying strength, resilience, and emotional stability. It's not about being aggressive or domineering. Rather, it's about having the confidence and calmness to handle life's challenges and protect and support those I care about. In relationships, I see masculinity as a way of creating a safe, supportive space where my partner feels secure and respected. True masculinity involves leading with strength and compassion, balancing assertiveness with empathy, and demonstrating reliability and integrity. One of the core elements of masculinity, as I see it, is emotional stability. Life can be unpredictable, and relationships naturally go through ups and downs. I believe it's important to remain calm and centered, especially during times of stress or conflict. This doesn't mean suppressing my emotions. Rather, it means managing them in a healthy way and not letting temporary frustrations affect how I treat my partner. When I'm able to stay composed, I provide a grounding influence that can help us both navigate challenges more smoothly. My goal is to be a stable presence that my partner can rely on, even during turbulent times. Masculinity also involves a sense of purpose. I believe that being purpose-driven not only keeps me focused, but also helps me grow into a more grounded and resilient person. Whether it's in my career, personal development, or relationships, having a clear sense of purpose allows me to make intentional choices and set meaningful goals. In relationships, this sense of purpose adds a layer of depth and direction. I'm not just drifting or reacting to life. I'm actively building a future, which makes me a more dependable partner. This clarity and focus are qualities that I think contribute to a sense of masculinity. Another important aspect of masculinity is the ability to protect and provide, not just financially, but emotionally and physically as well. To me, being protective means creating a safe and supportive environment where my partner feels valued and secure. It's about being attentive to their needs and offering reassurance when they feel vulnerable. I want my partner to feel that I'm there to support them, whether that's by listening during difficult times, providing comfort, or stepping up when challenges arise. This protective nature is rooted in care and respect, and I see it as an essential part of being a reliable, supportive partner. Strength is also a big part of my concept of masculinity, but it's not just physical strength, it's mental and emotional resilience. I want to be the kind of person who can face adversity with courage and persistence. Strength for me means having the determination to overcome setbacks and the resilience to keep moving forward, even when things get tough. In a relationship, this strength allows me to support my partner without being overwhelmed by obstacles. I believe that my ability to remain steady during challenging times helps create a relationship that feels secure and enduring. Masculinity, in my view, also involves taking the lead when necessary. Leadership isn't about control or dominance. It's about making decisions with confidence and taking responsibility for the outcome. In a relationship, I aim to be someone who can step up, offer direction, and make thoughtful choices that benefit us both. This doesn't mean that I disregard my partner's opinions. Rather, it means that I'm prepared to make decisions and guide us when needed, always with respect and consideration. I see this kind of leadership as a way to build trust and offer reassurance, showing my partner that they can rely on me. However, true masculinity is also balanced with vulnerability. I believe that being strong doesn't mean hiding my emotions or pretending that I have it all together all the time. Being able to open up and show my true self, including my fears and insecurities, is an essential part of my masculinity. It takes courage to be vulnerable, to share what's on my mind, and to ask for support when I need it. I've found that this openness not only strengthens my relationships, but also deepens the level of intimacy and trust between us. In essence, masculinity is about being a strong, supportive, and steady presence in my partner's life. It's about having the courage to face challenges, the determination to pursue my goals, and the empathy to be a compassionate and understanding partner. I aim to bring a balanced form of masculinity into my relationships, one that combines resilience with empathy, confidence with humility, and strength with openness. By embodying these qualities, I believe I can offer my partner a relationship that feels both grounded and dynamic, one where they can feel safe, valued, and deeply connected. Ultimately, masculinity is about being the best version of myself, embracing both my strengths and vulnerabilities. It's about honoring my own values and offering a stable, loving presence to my partner. When I lead with true masculinity, I'm not just enhancing my own life. I'm creating a relationship that's built on respect, security, and lasting commitment. This approach to masculinity helps me build connections that are meaningful, fulfilling, and truly enriching for both my partner and me. 11. Scarcity of attention. The concept of scarcity of attention is about valuing my time and focus and not giving it away too easily or without purpose. It's not about playing games or being dismissive. Instead, it's about recognizing that my attention is valuable and offering it intentionally. In a world where people are constantly connected and often overwhelmed by attention from all directions, creating a sense of scarcity around my attention can actually make it more meaningful and impactful. By being selective with my time and energy, I foster a sense of appreciation and mutual respect in my relationships. One of the main reasons I practice this is to stay mindful of where my energy goes. If I'm always available, always reaching out, and constantly seeking someone's attention, it can create an imbalance. It may even lead to a sense of complacency, where my presence is taken for granted. When I limit the attention I give, I encourage a dynamic where both my partner and I truly value and make the most of the time we spend together. It's about creating quality over quantity, ensuring that the moments we share are meaningful, focused, and fully engaged. Having a scarcity mindset around attention also means that I don't rely on constant communication to feel connected. I'm comfortable with a degree of distance, knowing that it doesn't diminish the relationship, but instead strengthens it. This allows both my partner and me to maintain a sense of independence and individuality. We don't need to be in constant contact to feel secure. Rather, we trust the bond we've built. When we do come together, it feels fresh and renewed because we've each had time to focus on our own lives, passions, and goals. This approach also helps me avoid the pitfalls of neediness or insecurity. When I value my attention, I'm less likely to fall into the trap of overextending myself just to feel validated. I don't want to be the kind of person who constantly needs to seek reassurance from others, or who feels the urge to fill every moment with interaction. Instead, I aim to feel secure in my own worth and in the relationship itself. This self-assuredness allows me to give my partner the space to miss me, which in turn often leads to a stronger, more passionate connection. By creating a sense of scarcity, I'm signaling that my attention is something to be valued. When I'm fully present and focused on my partner, it's genuine and intentional, not a default state driven by habit or boredom. I've found that when I approach relationships this way, my partner is often more engaged and reciprocates the same level of attention and respect. It's about nurturing a dynamic where we both actively seek and appreciate each other's time, making every moment together count. Scarcity of attention also allows me to focus on personal growth and my own interests. I believe that a healthy relationship is one where both partners are pursuing their individual paths alongside each other. When I dedicate time to my passions, friendships, and self-care, I bring a more enriched version of myself to the relationship. This balance of personal space and shared experiences is key to keeping the relationship exciting and preventing it from feeling stagnant or overly dependent. Additionally, Being mindful of my attention means that I'm not constantly seeking external validation. I'm comfortable spending time on my own and don't feel the need to be perpetually connected to feel valued. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm not relying on my partner for constant reassurance or attention. Instead, I bring a sense of wholeness to the relationship, which fosters a healthy balance where we both appreciate each other's presence without feeling suffocated or drained. Ultimately, the scarcity of attention is about fostering a deeper appreciation for each other. By not always being readily available, I encourage both my partner and me to cherish the time we share. It's a way to keep the relationship dynamic as we're not taking each other's presence for granted. When I'm intentional with my attention, I'm creating a relationship where both of us feel valued, respected, and engaged, making the connection more vibrant and fulfilling. In essence, the scarcity of attention is about quality over quantity. It's about bringing a sense of intention and respect to the time I spend with my partner, ensuring that we're both present and truly engaged. This approach helps create a relationship that feels balanced and reciprocal, where each moment together is meaningful and the connection remains fresh and strong. By valuing my attention, I'm not only respecting myself, but also creating a dynamic where my partner feels truly valued and appreciated. 12. Pre-selection. Pre-selection is a concept that recognizes the social and psychological value of being desired by others, particularly in the context of attraction. It's the idea that when I am seen as valuable or desirable by others, it signals something appealing about me to potential partners. However, I approach pre-selection not as a game or strategy, but as a natural byproduct of living a life that's full, engaged, and socially active. When I surround myself with high-quality people and maintain healthy relationships, it shows that I am someone who is valued and respected by others, which in turn can make me more attractive to a partner. For me, pre-selection starts with building strong friendships and connections. I genuinely enjoy spending time with people who inspire me, challenge me, and bring out the best in me. These relationships, whether they're with friends, family, or colleagues, reflect a high level of social health and well-being. When my partner sees that I have these meaningful connections, it sends the message that I am someone who is valued by others, which can often be attractive. It's reassuring to know that the person you're with is well regarded and appreciated by those around them. Pre-selection also means being comfortable and confident around other women, even when there's no romantic intention. Having positive, respectful friendships with women not only enriches my life, but also shows that I know how to engage with and appreciate women in a non-romantic context. It demonstrates that I'm capable of meaningful, respectful interactions, which can make me more appealing as a partner. It also shows that I'm not someone who sees women purely in terms of romantic interest. Rather, I value them as individuals. This level of respect and comfort can be attractive because it shows that I understand and respect boundaries. Another aspect of pre-selection is self-respect and selective dating. I don't pursue relationships for the sake of it or lower my standards just to avoid being alone. By valuing myself and being selective about whom I invest my time and energy in, I'm showing that I respect both myself and the people I choose to be with. When I'm intentional about who I date and the connections I pursue, it signals to others that I value quality over quantity and that I'm not someone who settles easily. This discernment can be appealing because it suggests I'm someone worth earning, not someone who is readily available to everyone. Pre-selection for me also involves living a life that's interesting and full. When I am dedicated to my passions, goals, and personal growth, it naturally attracts people who share similar values. By leading a fulfilling life, I'm not only improving myself, but also becoming someone who is naturally attractive to others. This isn't about trying to impress anyone. It's about creating a life that's meaningful to me. When others see that I'm genuinely passionate and driven, it makes me more compelling as a person, which can spark curiosity and interest. I also believe that pre-selection is about respect and boundaries. When I'm in a relationship, I remain respectful of my partner and ensure that my interactions with others are appropriate. However, having friends or social interactions outside the relationship doesn't mean I am unfaithful or disloyal. Instead, it shows that I am capable of building and maintaining healthy relationships with a variety of people. This balance shows that I'm both committed to my partner and also a social individual who values connections with others. Maintaining this balance creates a healthy sense of independence and trust, which strengthens the relationship. In a relationship, pre-selection contributes to a dynamic where my partner knows they are with someone who is genuinely valued and appreciated by others. It brings a level of reassurance as my partner can see that I have a supportive social network and that I'm respected by those in my life. This doesn't mean I encourage jealousy. Rather, it's about creating a healthy social balance where I'm someone who is respected and valued by people beyond my partner. It shows that I'm a well-rounded person with strong connections, which ultimately makes the relationship more balanced and grounded. Ultimately, pre-selection is about creating a life that's rich, meaningful, and socially healthy. It's about being intentional with the people I surround myself with and building connections that reflect my values. By nurturing a full social life, respecting boundaries, and maintaining a strong sense of self-worth, I'm naturally creating an aura of value and respect. This not only makes me a more appealing partner, but also fosters a relationship dynamic based on mutual admiration and genuine attraction. In essence, pre-selection isn't about putting on a show or trying to appear desirable. It's about living in a way that brings out my best qualities, showing my partner that I am someone who is valued by others and who values myself. When I'm surrounded by positive, healthy relationships, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a partnership that's supported by a strong social foundation. This approach to pre-selection helps build a relationship where both partners feel valued, secure, and truly connected. 13. Authenticity. Authenticity to me is the cornerstone of a meaningful and fulfilling life. It's about embracing who I truly am, living in alignment with my values, and presenting my genuine self in all situations, especially in relationships. I've come to believe that authenticity is one of the most attractive qualities anyone can bring to a relationship. When I'm authentic, I'm not putting on an act, hiding behind a facade, or trying to impress anyone with something I'm not. Instead, I'm fully comfortable in my own skin, which allows me to connect with others on a deeper, more honest level. Being authentic starts with self-awareness. I spend time understanding my values, goals, and priorities, and I make sure my actions reflect them. It's easy to get caught up in trying to be what others expect, but I know that ultimately it's not sustainable. I want my partner to know the real me, not a version tailored to please or impress. By embracing my true self, I'm setting a foundation of honesty and trust, where my partner can feel they're getting to know the person I am, not a curated image. Authenticity also means embracing my imperfections. I've learned that being authentic isn't about being perfect. It's about being real. I don't feel the need to hide my flaws or weaknesses, nor do I pretend to have it all figured out. When I'm open about my struggles, fears, and areas where I'm still growing, it creates a space where my partner feels comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities as well. This mutual openness leads to a deeper level of intimacy and connection because we're both free to be our true selves without the pressure of meeting unrealistic standards. Living authentically also means that I'm consistent. I strive to be the same person in private that I am in public, and I don't change my values or behavior based on who I'm around. This consistency builds trust in my relationships because my partner knows that what they see is what they get. I'm not pretending to be someone I'm not, and that stability allows them to feel secure. I believe that authenticity creates a steady foundation, as there's no fear of hidden motives or sudden shifts in personality. It's a kind of reliability that goes beyond words. It's a way of living. Authenticity encourages deeper and more honest communication. When I'm being my true self, I can communicate more openly and clearly because I'm not filtering my thoughts to fit an image. I'm able to express my needs, desires, and boundaries honestly, which prevents misunderstandings and builds a stronger, healthier relationship. I believe that a relationship rooted in authenticity is one where both partners feel free to share their thoughts and feelings without judgment or fear. It's about creating an environment where we both feel heard, respected, and understood. Another aspect of authenticity is having the courage to stand by my beliefs, even if they're unpopular. I'm not afraid to disagree or hold a different viewpoint, as long as it aligns with my values. I know that being authentic sometimes means going against the crowd, but I'm committed to living in a way that feels true to me. In relationships, this integrity is crucial, as it shows that I won't compromise my core values just to gain approval. It creates a level of respect between me and my partner, as we both know that we're each standing on solid ground. Being authentic also allows me to appreciate others' authenticity. I value relationships where my partner feels free to be themselves, flaws and all. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for someone who is genuine, open, and self-aware. By embracing my own authenticity, I create a space where my partner can do the same. This mutual acceptance allows us both to grow and evolve together, knowing that we're appreciated for who we truly are, not for an idealized version of ourselves. Ultimately, authenticity leads to a relationship that feels freeing and fulfilling. When I'm my true self, I'm not burdened by the pressure to constantly impress or conform. I'm able to be vulnerable, honest, and open, creating a connection that feels deeply satisfying and real. I believe that when both partners bring their authentic selves to a relationship, it creates a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. There's a depth to the relationship that goes beyond superficial attraction, as it's rooted in true understanding and acceptance. In essence, authenticity is about honoring who I am and bringing that honesty into my relationships. It's a commitment to living with integrity and to building connections that are rich, meaningful, and based on a foundation of truth. By staying true to myself, I'm able to create relationships where both my partner and I feel valued, seen, and truly connected. Authenticity transforms relationships from a place of performance into a space of real, deep, and lasting connection. 14. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leadership, to me, is about leading with confidence, kindness, and an infectious sense of purpose. It's not about being overbearing or controlling. Rather, it's about bringing a positive influence into my relationships and inspiring those around me through my actions. I believe that charismatic leadership involves taking initiative, being decisive when necessary, and encouraging those I care about to grow alongside me. In relationships, this quality helps me create a strong, balanced connection where both my partner and I feel motivated, supported, and respected. One of the key aspects of charismatic leadership is confidence. I aim to make decisions with clarity and assurance, particularly in situations where guidance is needed. For example, when planning dates, trips, or even daily routines, I like to take the initiative to suggest ideas and make choices that create a fulfilling experience for both of us. This doesn't mean I ignore my partner's preferences or opinions. Rather, I value and incorporate them. However, by showing confidence and a willingness to take the lead, I bring a sense of direction and excitement to the relationship, which can make us both feel more engaged and connected. Being a charismatic leader also means knowing when to listen and empower my partner. Leadership is not about taking control, but rather about creating an environment where both of us can thrive. I strive to be receptive to my partner's ideas, goals, and aspirations, supporting them wholeheartedly. I encourage my partner to pursue their dreams and interests and provide a listening ear when they need it. When I can offer support and cheer them on, it creates a partnership dynamic where we're both growing and achieving our goals, together and as individuals. Leadership in relationships is a shared journey, where both people feel uplifted by each other. Another component of charismatic leadership is being able to handle challenges with grace. Life isn't always smooth, and relationships inevitably face difficulties. I believe that true leadership is shown in how I respond to these challenges. Instead of panicking or avoiding problems, I try to approach them calmly and focus on finding solutions. By remaining grounded and clear-headed, I offer stability to my partner and show that we can face difficulties as a team. This resilience inspires trust, as my partner knows they can count on me to handle tough times with a steady hand and a positive outlook. Charismatic leadership also involves making others feel valued and appreciated. In relationships, I believe it's important to genuinely recognize my partner's contributions and qualities. I want to create an environment where my partner feels seen, heard, and respected. Whether it's by expressing gratitude for the little things they do, complimenting their strengths, or acknowledging their efforts, I show my appreciation openly. This type of encouragement is at the heart of charismatic leadership. It's about making those around you feel confident, inspired, and valued, which brings out the best in them and strengthens the connection. Part of being a charismatic leader is taking responsibility. I hold myself accountable for my actions, decisions, and emotions. When I make a mistake, I own up to it, rather than shifting blame or avoiding it. This accountability shows my partner that I'm trustworthy and willing to learn and grow. By being responsible for myself, I set a standard of integrity and respect, which I believe is essential for any healthy relationship. Taking responsibility also means being proactive in addressing issues before they escalate, showing my partner that I'm committed to maintaining a positive and open dynamic. Charismatic leadership doesn't require that I always be in the spotlight or make every decision. Rather, it's about fostering an environment of mutual respect, open communication, and shared growth. I want to inspire confidence and curiosity in my partner, so we both feel encouraged to take risks, try new things, and explore life together. Whether it's by planning a surprise, supporting them through a challenging time, or simply being a strong, positive presence in their life, I aim to bring a sense of joy, motivation, and energy to our relationship. Ultimately, charismatic leadership in relationships is about creating a balance where both partners feel supported, respected, and uplifted. It's a way of bringing energy, resilience and warmth into the relationship, inspiring each other to grow and become better versions of ourselves. I see charismatic leadership as a quality that strengthens the bond between us, making the relationship feel dynamic, exciting, and meaningful. When I lead with kindness, confidence, and openness, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a relationship where both of us feel valued and empowered. In essence, charismatic leadership is about being a positive force in my partner's life, someone who inspires, supports, and uplifts. It's about taking initiative with respect and integrity, being present and encouraging, and approaching challenges with resilience and grace. By embracing this quality, I strive to build a relationship that's not only grounded in trust and respect, but also infused with a shared sense of purpose and joy. This approach to leadership creates a foundation where both of us can thrive, individually and together, as we navigate life hand in hand. 15. Passionate interests. Passionate interests bring a unique depth and vibrancy to my life, and they are something I consider essential not only for personal fulfillment, but also for creating a dynamic, inspiring relationship. When I'm genuinely passionate about something, whether it's a hobby, a skill, a career goal, or a personal project, it shows that I'm engaged with life, constantly learning and striving for more. This drive adds dimension to who I am, which can be incredibly attractive to a partner. Passion isn't just about having interests. It's about the energy, enthusiasm, and commitment that I bring to the things that matter to me. For me, pursuing my passions is a way to stay grounded and fulfilled. When I'm actively engaged in something I care about, it gives me a sense of purpose and excitement. I wake up feeling energized, knowing that I'm working towards something meaningful. This enthusiasm naturally spills over into other areas of my life, including my relationships. I found that having passions makes me a more interesting and engaged partner, as I'm not solely focused on the relationship for fulfillment. Instead, I bring my own joy, inspiration, and stories to share, which adds richness to our connection. Having passionate interests also helps me maintain a healthy balance between my relationship and personal life. I believe that a relationship thrives when both partners have space to pursue their individual goals and dreams. By dedicating time to my passions, I'm not only investing in my personal growth, but also giving my partner the freedom to explore their own interests. This balance prevents codependency and keeps the relationship fresh, as we both have our own lives to bring back to the relationship. When we come together, we have new experiences, insights, and growth to share, which makes our connection stronger. My passions are a source of resilience and self-confidence. When I commit to a goal and work towards it, even through setbacks, I build a stronger sense of self-worth. I know that my value isn't tied to anyone else. It comes from within, from the things I achieve and the joy I find in my pursuits. This inner strength and confidence make me a more balanced partner, as I'm not seeking validation solely from the relationship. Instead, I feel secure and fulfilled, which allows me to contribute positively to the partnership without relying on it for my happiness. Sharing my passions with my partner also opens up opportunities for connection. I love introducing them to the things I care about, whether it's a new hobby, a favorite book, or an exciting project I'm working on. This sharing allows us to explore each other's worlds and learn more about what drives and inspires us. I'm equally interested in learning about my partner's passions and supporting them in their pursuits. By taking an active interest in each other's hobbies and goals, we build a relationship that's enriched with shared experiences and mutual support. Moreover, My passionate interests push me to constantly grow and evolve. They challenge me, stretch my abilities, and keep me curious about the world. I believe that when I'm dedicated to personal growth, I bring new perspectives and fresh energy into the relationship. I want to be with someone who sees my dedication to self-improvement as a strength and who is inspired to pursue their own growth as well. When both partners are committed to bettering themselves, it creates a dynamic where we're continuously learning, adapting and evolving together, which keeps the relationship alive and exciting. Another important aspect of having passionate interests is the sense of independence it fosters. I'm not defined by my relationship. I have my own identity, goals, and purpose outside of it. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm a whole person on my own, and I'm not looking for someone to complete me. I want a relationship where both of us feel complete as individuals and come together to create something even greater. My passions help me maintain this sense of wholeness, allowing me to bring my best self to the relationship and inspiring my partner to do the same. Ultimately, passionate interests give me a sense of direction and fulfillment that goes beyond the relationship itself. They make me a more grounded, resilient, and engaging partner, and they allow me to contribute positively to the relationship without expecting it to fulfill all my needs. By having my own interests, I'm able to keep the relationship balanced and dynamic, creating a partnership where both of us feel free to explore and grow. In essence, passionate interests are more than just hobbies or goals. They are an essential part of who I am. They fuel my growth, bring joy to my life, and make me a more self-assured, fulfilled, and engaging partner. By living with passion and purpose, I create a relationship where both of us feel inspired and supported. This approach to life and love fosters a connection that's rich, balanced, and full of genuine excitement, as we both bring our unique energies and dreams into a shared journey.